Recording now. And perfect. Okay, so let's start the presentation. So I did notice that a lot of you were asking to speak about study permits. So today's presentation is not going to be about study permits. I did speak about study permit last week. And yes, of course, Yusuf, I can see that you're asking that I share the presentation with those of you guys that attended as well. Yes, I will do that. So I did receive a lot of questions about study permits. I will not be talking about study permits today. I did talk about study permits last week. This week, I am going to focus only on immigration, express entry, and PNP. The reason is study permit is a big, huge topic on which I will have to talk separately. It's a lot of things to cover, and I really can't fit everything in today. So I just prefer talking about it today. If you guys want to hear about study permits, I am planning to talk about them probably in August. I am going to be traveling the whole July, so I won't be able to do any consultations and any webinars in July. But August, I'm going back to my normal schedule. You can book consultations with me, and I will be talking, I will be scheduling some more webinars then. So let's move on to what we're going to be discussing today. So first of all, I'm going to be talking about myself, what's my background, what's Magellan Immigration is about. We'll have an overview of the Canadian immigration system. We'll talk about express entry, PNP programs, and application process, more or less. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go into like really deep details of every single program and every single application process. It would be at least a 2-3 day presentation, but I will do a sort of an overview. And if you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to me. So first of all, about myself, I've been in immigration for over 10 years, actually since 2010. I started processing some types of immigration applications. Um, I actually started with more complicated applications, which is criminal inadmissibility. And then from then on, it was sort of a progress into paralegal, and then I worked as an operations manager, and then I started on my own. But it has been, by now, it's been 12 years. I do have a bachelor's of law. As I said, I do have experience with more sophisticated files, such as criminal inadmissibility, such as business immigration. Not many immigration consultants do have that kind of experience, but I was lucky enough to get through some of the more sophisticated files. And I do have an amazing team here who helps me process applications. One of important members of the team is Heather. If there are clients here in this application, in this webinar, they will know that Heather is my paralegal, and she is just amazing with processing, helping me process some of your files. So let's talk about express entry. So what's express entry? Express entry is not an immigration program. It's more of the online system that Canadian government uses to manage immigration applications from skilled workers. Within this system, there are 3 programs that are managed by the Canadian government, and a lot of you probably know already the 3 programs that you can apply through this system is federal skilled worker class, federal skilled trades class, and Canadian experience class. Now, some of you might ask, well, what about provincial nominee program? There are draws that the government conducts for provincial nominees. It's not an actual program. You have to be eligible for one of these programs to be able to apply through PNP class, through PNP streams. So basically, you have to be eligible, say, for example, for federal skilled worker class, and then you might be able to gain additional 600 points through the provincial nominee program, and then you apply. But there is no such separate class as provincial nominee. You have to be eligible for one of these classes, and then you have to be eligible and get the invitation to apply from the provincial nominee program, and then you can actually apply. So we should not be putting both of these into one basket. It's not the same thing. So let's talk about the eligibility for federal skilled worker. So to be eligible for a federal skilled worker, you need to have at least 1 year of continuous, no gaps, full-time work experience in NOX, O, A, or B, which is at least 1,560 hours. In this, part-time work experience counts. It has to be paid. It cannot be volunteer experience. And only up to 30 hours per week counts. So say, for example, if you're working 40 hours a week, you cannot count those extra 10 hours. Only 30 hours per week would count. So it's easier to actually count weekly. So how many weeks you worked, and then just then multiply it by 30. It has to be in the last 10 years. And unlike Canadian experience class, if your work experience was gained outside Canada and you're looking at eligibility for the FSW, so federal skilled worker, work experience gained as a student counts as long as it meets all of these requirements. So it's at least in the NOC O, A, or B, it's at least 60 hours, only up to 30 hours a week. It has to be in the last 10 years. Language, at least CLB 7 in all 4 bands, and at least high school education, and it has to be outside Quebec. You can't apply to immigrate to Quebec unless you're applying under Quebec's own immigration program. To be able to apply for Quebec's own immigration program, you need to work with a Quebec licensed immigration consultant. I do not have that license. So if you are interested specifically in Quebec, I encourage you to do some research and find someone who actually deals with those programs. Now, even if you have all of these requirements, if you meet all of these requirements, unfortunately, that does not mean that you can actually get an invitation to apply and become a permanent resident. Now, after you become eligible for this class, you have to go into the express entry pool and you gain a certain amount of points. Now, with those points, you will be sitting in the pool, and whoever meets a certain amount of points level, so the government always creates these draws. The draws for express entry, they happen twice a month. And so every couple of weeks, we do see the draws that happen in express entry, and whoever meets a certain level of points, those people get invited to apply for permanent residence. So let's see I'm gonna jump forward a little bit. So we calculate your points using CRS tool, and we will go into that CRS tool in a minute. I want to show you how it's done, how to search for that CRS tool, and how to use it. And then express entry draws. The express entry draws, as a lot of you know, they have not been consistent since December 2020, since COVID started. So the government has been very careful with the draws because of the travel restrictions. And now we all know that the draws will resume on July 6th. And they used to be from 1 to 4 times a month before COVID. Now they happen about once or twice a month. But at this point, we only have provincial nominee draws. So no other draws are happening. Probably, I believe, first of all, FSW draws, they haven't been happening since December 2020. And then CEC draws also stopped, I believe, last year. I don't remember exactly, but at this point, we only have PNP draws. Now let's go back to federal skilled trades eligibility. So first of all, you have to have at least 2 years of full-time paid work experience or an equal amount of part-time work experience in skilled trades within the last 5 years before you apply. NOC codes are the trades occupations. So there is a specific list, and you guys will see, I'm not going to go through the details of which exactly occupations are included in this, but these are trades occupations such as welder, electrician, woodworker. So those kind of occupations, they are included in the trades class. The language requirements are much lower. It's just CLB 5 for speaking and listening and CLB 4 for reading and writing. You have to have at least high school education. And specifically for this stream, for this class, you have to have a job offer of full-time employment for a total period of at least 1 year or a certificate of qualification. A job offer is obvious to everyone. The certificate of qualification, it's a very complicated process. I'll be honest, I haven't done any, and I am not going to deal with federal skilled trades class for now. I'm only focusing on CEC and FSW. So to be honest, I have not even heard anyone doing this certificate of qualification here in Canada. First of all, it will involve getting your Red Seal license first. I do help with getting Red Seal license, but the certificate of qualification, generally, it would involve also having Canadian experience here in the trade. And then once you get both Red Seal and Canadian experience, then you are able to get that certificate qualification. Because the process is much more complicated and it involves having local work experience, I don't deal with these because most of my clients, they're outside Canada. They don't have a way of coming here without a job offer. And so that just complicates things. Now, the next slide is about Canadian experience class. This is, you have to have at least 1 year of skilled work experience in Canada in the last 3 years before you apply. It has to be paid work. Part-time counts. Again, only up to 30 hours per week would be counted towards your experience, not more than that. NOCs O, A, or B are only eligible for CEC. Work experience as a student does not count. So say if you came to Canada as a student, you studied here in Canada for at least 2 years, you are going to be, okay, it looks like my camera stopped working, not sure what's going on. I think it's fixed. Okay, so if you came to Canada, you studied in Canada as a student for 2 years, and then you apply for the postgraduate work permit, the 2 years of part-time work experience that you had as a student in Canada under a study permit are not going to count towards the CEC. Only the work experience that you gained after you received the postgraduate work permit, only that experience will count. So keep that in mind. A lot of people come to Canada initially as students, and then they apply for PR after. The language requirement is CLB 7 for NOC O and A jobs, and CLB 5 for NOC B jobs. Now, this NOC system is going to change as of November 2022, and we'll talk about that. Okay, and obviously at least high school education and CC only works for outside Quebec. Again, for Quebec immigration, please contact an Quebec immigration consultant. Now, what I want to do now, I want to look at the CRS tool, and I want to show you how it works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop sharing the previous screen, and I'll share this instead. Okay, so can everyone see the Google screen here? Yes, perfect. Okay, so it's really easy. All you do, all you type in here is CRS tool, CRS calculator, and you go into this first link. So I'm just going to kind of quickly go through how to complete this form. Very simple, around 10 questions. I don't remember exactly. I'm gonna take like a very simple example. So let's say the family that's applying, we're gonna pick one of the principal applicants. So he's married. His spouse is not a Canadian permanent resident or a citizen. Will your spouse or common law partner come with you to Canada? Yes. And to this question, you can answer no if you want to bring your spouse later. Maybe you're not getting enough points because your spouse's points are too low, say their English or say their education is lower, and it's actually reducing your points when you're applying. So it is okay to answer no and then possibly sponsor them later through family immigration. So that's a possibility. For now, we'll say yes. How old are you? So here I'm going to tell you that between 20 and 29, you gain the highest number of points. After that, you start losing points, about 5 points per year. So at 30, I believe you're going to have around 95 points and so on. After 45, you get 0 points for age. So we'll say that this person is 28 years old. They've got a master's degree. Again, I want to say that the highest amount of points, obviously, you're going to get for a PhD, but even for a master's degree or for 2 or more certificates or diplomas, you're still going to get sufficient points to get your invitation to apply. What I'm saying right now is valid for pre-COVID point trends. So right now, unfortunately, because of COVID delays, we haven't been having any draws for the last, 2 years, right? And then once they resume, we really don't know what's going to happen. It might happen that they are going to start with 500, 510, 520, but then by the end of the year, we will probably see the reduction in the minimum points. However, if we look at the points levels of pre-COVID invitations to apply, then usually if you've got 2 or more certificates or diplomas, or a master's degree, that would kind of mean that you sort of have enough points to get your invitation to apply. So I'm going to pick master's for my applicant. Now note that a professional degree needed to practice in licensed profession will also give you the master's level. So, and the example of that is, for example, engineers or dentists. So if you have a bachelor's of engineering in your home country, that will be equal to the master's degree here. If you want more information on this, you can always go into the help section of CIC website. So read some more, but the gist of it, I already told you. And now, have you earned a Canadian degree, diploma, or certificate? If you are in Canada, that's going to add around, I believe, between 65 to 80 points, depending on the level. So let's say if we say yes, you will still have to answer these questions. So secondary is not going to give you any points, but 1 or 2 year diploma and degree diploma certificate will add points. So I believe around 65 for diploma certificate, around 80 for an actual degree of 3 years or longer. So let's say we are a student, we got, actually, let's say no. And we'll just calculate points for a person who is outside of Canada, who is 28, who has a master's degree. And now for language results, oftentimes I get asked which language exam is easier. So, okay, I'm reading. Can you repeat the master's point? Didn't hear it right. Bachelor's degree or of engineering is equivalent. Yes, it is. So here, if you read it, master's degree or professional degree needed to practice in a licensed profession. So licensed profession is often like engineers, dentists, or say doctors. They're all doctors, obviously, it's more than a bachelor's, but for example, as an engineer, you can practice as an engineer with just a bachelor's degree. So if just kind of an easy way to understand it, do you need a license to practice in your profession? If you need a license, then that means that your degree, your bachelor's degree is equivalent to the master's degree. Now, for languages, sorry, I'm not going to answer your questions anymore, only after the presentation, because it just takes me away from the flow. Okay, so for the exams, oftentimes I get asked which one is easier, CELPIP or IELTS. I do hear a lot that CELPIP is much easier than IELTS. I don't know if that's true. I actually myself, I took both. And I did notice when I took IELTS like many, many years ago, it was fairly low, but not too long ago, a couple years ago, when I was actually getting, I'm not sure what I needed that for, but I took CELPIP and I got almost the highest score in all bands. I mean, my English improved a lot since in the last 10 years, but I do find that a lot of people say that CELPIP is easier, and to me too, it was slightly easier, I thought. So let's just go with IELTS here, because most of my clients do take IELTS. And what I find, and I think a lot of you guys know, that this is the minimum score that would get your invitation to apply. But that again, I'm saying that's with pre-COVID trends. What's going to happen now, unfortunately, we don't know. It's very hard to predict. But if we look at the pre-COVID trends, this was a good enough score to get your invitation to apply and to become a permanent resident. So that's kind of something to keep in mind. So aim for at least this. Obviously, if you get higher, you're going to get much more points. You're going to kind of like get more of a guarantee. But even this score is sort of okay. Now, the second language, the other language result, obviously, if you have a second language, your application is going to be way, way stronger than with one language. But most of my clients, they only speak English, so I'm going to put not applicable here. Now, the next question is, how many years of skilled work experience do you have in Canada? Again, most of my clients, unless they are students in Canada, if they're applying outside, they have none. And we'll change that later. I'll show you how the situation changes after you come to Canada, after you study, and after you get your skilled work experience here. But for now, let's say once you click 1 year, this, as we already talked, that's what makes you eligible for express entry for federal skilled worker. But again, you're not going to get enough points with only 1 year of skilled work experience. You have to have at least 3 years or more in order to gain sufficient points to become a permanent resident. Do you have a certificate of qualification? And that's what we talked about when we were discussing the federal skilled trades class. And we'll say no. And additional points. Do you have a job offer supported by LMIA? I'll say no. Again, we'll talk about jobs a little later. It's a very tough subject. I get this question at least like 20, 30 times a day, every single day, from my followers on Instagram, from my followers on Facebook, by email. Unfortunately, finding job offers is a really toughest subject. There is a lot of scam going on. Just recently I saw that I talked to another immigration consultant, and he said that one of people who spoke with him paid around $30,000 to some scammer. The scammer obviously disappeared, and this person just has no money and no job offer at this time. So that's really unfortunate. So I do encourage you guys to check, double check, triple check who you are trying to work with on your job offers. There is no such thing as an open work permit without a job offer. So you can't actually apply for an open work permit unless you have some connection with an employer in Canada. If you haven't talked to an employer in Canada, you are not going to get a real job offer. So please do not work with these fake immigration consultants that promise you to get an open work permit. No such thing. Open work permits are only good. You can only apply for an open work permit if you have a spouse in Canada who is studying or who has a valid work permit. Those are the only. There is also an open work permit if you are a spouse of citizen or permanent resident. That's it. There is no other way to apply for an open work permit. And I do hear a lot of people, especially I have clients in Nigeria, and this is people are notorious there for selling open work permits, and that's just ridiculous. So no such thing. Please do not believe these people. Again, we'll say no here for the valid job offer. Nomination certificate. So nomination certificate is basically if you get an invitation to apply from the province and or territory, so provincial nominee program, that will give you additional 600 points. So if you say yes, it's almost guaranteed that you pass. If you say no, then we'll have to qualify under FSW or CEC. Do you have so if you or your spouse have a brother or sister living in Canada, it's going to add points to you. And I believe it's about 5 points. We'll see it at the end. Again, reminder, it's only brother or sister. An aunt would not work. A father, mother, child, none of these would work. Only brother or sister that are related to you by blood, adoption, or marriage. So stepbrother or sister. That's the only way you can apply, you can receive those additional points. And obviously there are a few other things, 18 years or older, the brother or sister, and the type of relationship. Now, next, we're saying no here. And so the 2 points that your spouse would add to your profile is their degree or diploma and their language results. So those 2 criteria, they also add points to your profile. So if those are not that great, so your spouse or common law partner, they don't have a good level of education, they don't have good language results, I don't recommend applying together. I would recommend apply by yourself, and then you can sponsor your spouse at the after you become a permanent resident. So let's see, first of all, with 1 year. So let's just say that your spouse only have a 1-year program at the university. They don't have a bachelor's or master's. Let's see what the points will be. And then how many years of skilled work experience in Canada do they have? We'll say no, none. And then we'll say that IELTS is also not great. I just want you guys to see how it will actually reduce your chances, and we'll calculate the score. And so we go all the way down and we'll see 452. And now with all of this, we can actually say no. And then we recalculate, and I believe it should be low. So we gained about how many? 17 points here, I believe. I think it was 452. So basically, if you don't include your spouse who has lower points for education and language, you gain points. At the same time, it doesn't mean that you won't have an ability to bring them to Canada with you. So basically what you need to do, you need to land in Canada and then apply for spousal sponsorship. And so you kind of just play around, see what's the best way for you to apply. Now, let's say you are much older, 35. We will see what points you get here. You only have 436 points. Now, if you're around 35, it's possible that your best way to apply is either PNP, if you get, and we will talk about it later, or study permit. So with the study permit, let's say how you gain those additional points. So have you earned a Canadian degree diploma? We'll say yes, and we'll say a degree. So we'll say your master's degree was actually earned in Canada. So you came here, you had a bachelor's, you came here, you study your master's, and you've got the same points for everything else. Let's see what happens then. So you had 436, I believe. Now with the Canadian diploma, Canadian degree, you went to 466. So studying in Canada, you actually got 30 points for studying in Canada, and language proficiency and education, you got additional 50 points. So if you look at these, this calculation here, it actually gives you a breakdown of where you gain your points. So if you're interested, just go through all of these calculations to understand how you gained your points. Now, with your education, obviously, once you studied in Canada, let's say 466 is actually not a bad score, but let's say you're even older than that, you're around 40, you came to Canada, studied a master's degree, you calculate your points. Now you got 439, even that's not sufficient. Now you come to Canada, you study, and after you completed your master's degree, you are eligible for the postgraduate work permit. And then once you apply for the postgraduate work permit and you work in Canada for 1 year, again, your points change and you gain additional points for working in Canada. So for 1 year, you gained, I don't remember, I think it's around 35 points that you gained. Let's see. So Canadian and foreign work experience, 25. Canadian and foreign work, Canadian work experience and education, again, 25. And Canadian work experience is 40. So you gain it here in core human capital factors, and you also gain it here through skill transferability factors. So here and here. So it's really there are ways to increase your points through express entry, basically playing with different options. So education is a great option because first of all, you gain additional points for your education in Canada, and you gain those points through that postgraduate work experience. Obviously, the more you work here, the more points you get. Say if you worked here for 2 years, and let's say you're older than 40, you're 43 at this time, you're going to lose a lot of points, obviously, but you're still going to gain those points for work experience second year. Second year does not give you as much, but it still gives you a little bit. But again, we'll see what the levels were for points pre-COVID. I would say this is not a great score, but as soon as you hit around 465, it's usually a good score to apply. So I think this is more or less clear now. What I want to do now, go back to Google and look at the draws. As entry draws. And here, if we go to previous rounds, here you would see what draws happened in the last year. So you see the dates, you see what type of program, you see how many invitations were issued, and you'll see the CRS score of the lowest ranked candidate invited. So this is a great information for you guys to understand what your options are. So you will see the points here. Unfortunately, because in the last how many months we only had provincial nominee program invitations to apply issued, we did not have any other programs since September. So we don't really know what to kind of focus on. But let's look at the pre-COVID trends, what was happening before this craziness started. So in September 2021, the very last round of invitation was issued for Canadian Experience class. The lowest score was 462, which is, like I said, it's as soon as you hit around 465, that was a good level of points before COVID. Now, if we go back to December 2020, so the very last draw for federal skilled worker, and here you see that no program specified, which means that every single program was included in this draw. So here you'll see, and then before that you'll see several here, and all of these or no program specified. And if you look at the scores, it's 468, 469, 478, 475. And then let's look at the August 2020. It was 454, but only for Canadian Experience class. So Canadian Experience class, as we remember, are those people who have at least 1 year of full-time work experience in Canada under a work permit, so any type of work permit. So as we can see, the Canadian Experience class is more favorable because it's understandable. The government understands that people who have been here for at least 1 year, they are already more or less adjusted. They got a job. They will have very little difficulty in the future because they already kind of they've proven that they are able to maintain a job for at least 1 year. Okay, so I believe that's everything I wanted to cover for the CRS tool and the draws. And let's go back to the presentation. I'm gonna close this and go back to presenting them. Okay. So we're back in this window. So we covered CRS calculator. We covered the express entry draws. So just like I said, these draws are going to resume on July 6th. That's what we heard from our immigration minister. We'll see again, additionally, there are some big changes coming to express entry. So far, we looked at the CRS tool and it was just looking at the certain criterias like age, education, what else, language, etc., etc. So with these new changes, we're also going to include your occupation. So basically, there will be some groupings, and based on those groupings, they will be inviting the highest ranked people in those groupings. So those groupings can be either work experience in a certain occupation, your educational background, proficiency in one of Canada's official languages, which is most probably French because they do want more French-speaking people. And as far as I also heard, there might be some groupings based on which province you want to pick. So probably the less popular provinces are going to be included in there, and it's going to be much easier to immigrate to those provinces. As I said, there are some changes coming up to NOC system as of November 2022. So it's instead of NOC system, it's going to be a tier system. So tier 0 to 5. It's basically will be very similar to the previous system. Tier O will be equal to NOC O level, and so on and so on. Now, the other very important change that's coming is the certain occupations are going to be included in the, so they will be finally eligible for express entry. And the most important ones that I want to note here are nurses. And I do have a lot of clients that are nurses and who want to come to Canada. So that's a great news for them. Also, elementary and secondary school teachers, I think that's a great news for them. Estheticians, great news for them as well. So these are occupations who are previously, they were not eligible under the previous tier NOC system. They weren't eligible for the FSW. Now they will be. Now, and then the additional changes, the 3 occupations will become ineligible. So these are other performance program leaders, instructors in recreation, sports, fitness, tailors, dressmakers, etc. So these 3 NOCs will be ineligible. Now, express entry steps. I just kind of want to go through how it actually works. First of all, we already talked about eligibility. So first of all, you need to determine, are you actually eligible for one of these classes? The next step is you create the express entry pool profile, and you actually enter the express entry pool. The next thing is once they have a draw and you receive an invitation to apply, if you fit in those the points, if you meet those points, so the minimum CRS score, as long as you meet that, you will receive an invitation to apply. And after that, you get 60 days to submit your all the necessary documents for permanent residence. Generally, I would recommend to, as soon as you created your express entry profile and you kind of expect that you might receive an invitation to apply, you have sufficient points, start preparing your documents right away. 60 days is not very much. Sometimes it's not enough time to obtain all the necessary documents, especially what I find oftentimes the problem, we have problems with police certificates. So some countries, they give you more of a headache with police certificates. So make sure you obtain all police certificates ahead of time. They are usually good only for 6 months. If you're living in the country, if you're outside of that country, they will be fine. So you can still use them. But if you're living in that country, you are unable to use them after 6 months. So they're only valid for 6 months. Now, documents required to open an express entry profile. So that's an easy part. The only documents you actually need your IELTS or TEF test results, so your language result, and your ECA. What's ECA? It's Educational Credential Assessment. A lot of you guys probably already know what ECA is. If you don't, all of your credentials have to be assessed by the designated organization in Canada to see what for them to evaluate and see whether it's equal to the Canadian level that you're claiming. So in some cases, the master's degrees, they are only equal to a certificate program here in Canada. So in every single case, the designated organization have to review your documents, review your transcripts, and make a decision to see what's it equal to in the Canadian education system. Now, the process is not it can take a long time, especially if you have trouble obtaining transcripts from your home country, from your university, So make sure you start ahead of time. I did receive a few questions about transcripts from some applicants from Nigeria. I am aware that there are university strikes in Nigeria. Unfortunately, during COVID, they did give you some ways to kind of avoid that, but at this point, there is no way of obtaining an ECA without the transcripts. And even then, you would still have to kind of wait for it. So for now, you would have to kind of, I don't know, find a way to deal with your university and get your transcripts. There is no way around it. Okay, documents required at ITA stage, so invitation to apply stage. You need your educational credentials, and in addition to ECA, you will also need actual copies of diplomas and transcripts. Please note that every single document that I list here, if it's not in English or French, it has to be translated into English or French. And make sure that the translator is certified. So just read through the instructions on CIC website, what types of translators are certified and what's accepted here. I do recommend finding translators in your own home countries. Here in Canada, the translators are very expensive. Oftentimes they charge between $50 to $70 per page. And I find outside Canada, you can find translators for much less. Proof of work experience, I was getting questions about what can you submit as proof of your work experience. You always have to submit reference letters from your employers confirming your duties. That's to confirm your NOC. The letter has to be written on a letterhead, a company letterhead. It has to be signed. It has to note how long you've been working with this organization, your position, and they have to confirm your duties. In most cases, it's best to provide your sort of some kind of proof that you were on payroll. So you have to show that you were being paid. It's not like a volunteer or any kind of like that, like unpaid position. Obviously, all your IDs, passports, national IDs, social status documents, birth, death, adoption, divorce, marriage certificate, all of that, medical, all applicants, police certificates, all family member of 18 years or older, and that's from all countries where the person lived for 6 months or longer since the age of 18. Now note that the 6 months have to be continuous. If you just lived in some country for 2 months and then left and then lived for 2 months, lived for 2 months, it's not going to count. However, 6 months continuously since at any point since the age of 18, you have to provide police certificate. And proof of funds. I will not go into this link. It's very easy to find. Once I send this, I will also send the PDF. So the link is available. You can click and review. Timelines. So unfortunately, between 2020 and 2022, the processing times haven't been great. In most cases, it took at least 18 months. In some cases, it took even longer. But IRCC is promising to go back to pre-COVID processing times, which was 6 months, no more than 6 months. Before COVID, I had cases when it happened within 1 or 2 months, which was amazing. But as soon as COVID hit, it's very unfortunate. We had to deal with really long processing times. Now, I did receive a lot of questions about provincial nominee programs, and I want to cover some of the programs here. I will not probably go into too much detail, but I will give you the tools on how to kind of do your own research. So provincial nominee programs, why do you want to consider them? And I know most of you kind of know that it's a little easier, but I think not many of you know why. So first of all, these provincial nominee programs, they are managed by provinces. The provinces make their own decisions on based on their economic needs. So say very easy example, Nova Scotia, we all, I mean, not all, but a lot of people know that they are in a high need of healthcare staff. And just very recently, they kind of very unexpectedly had a draw for nurses. So we didn't know, but all of a sudden they announced that they picked a certain amount of nurses from the express entry pool and they invited them to their province. So what this means is that basically, no matter what, even if you understand that you are not eligible, you probably don't have sufficient points in express entry pool, I still recommend to be in the express entry pool because you never know what's going to happen with one of the provinces. They might all of a sudden decide to invite certain occupations, and your occupation might be it. And so it's very important to be in the right time, in the right place. If you're there, you might be picked, even if you don't have enough points. So it's very, very important. And I keep telling it to everyone, just be there. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You might just actually get picked without sufficient points. Now, we talked about the age and education. Now, some of the provinces, they actually have lower requirements for those criteria. And they also have certain paper-based occupations with lower language requirements, lower age requirements, et cetera. So you always need to kind of do a lot of your own research. If you are set to come to Canada, it's not going to be an easy process. Either you're going to have to pay a lot of money to an immigration consultant, or you're going to have to put a lot of effort on your own, do your own research, spend at least like 2-3 hours every day. It's a tough task, I would say, but those who are very determined, they can actually do that. And I do encourage you to be very persistent, consistent on this, and make sure you spend at least 1 or 2, even 3 hours a day and do your research, read about it, and try. There is no way around it. Like, it's not an easy process. And again, applicants with low points, oftentimes without job offers, they get invited. There are lots of success stories like that. Okay, so how to apply for a PNP? Like I said already, first of all, you have to be eligible for one of the federal immigration classes. So either FSW, FST, or CC to apply through express entry. So in that case, you will be invited, you will receive those 600 additional points for your nomination, and then you get invited through express entry. Now, there is another way. There are some of the provinces, they have their own streams. Oftentimes, however, they are designed for applicants who are already in Canada for work and study permit, and they are based on job offers here. So the paper applications are usually for those. It's rare that they are for those who are outside Canada. Like I said, be an express entry pool. And I already gave this example. In February 2022, Nova Scotia invited a lot of nurses from express entry pool. So be there, be ready. make sure you kind of did everything you can and just sit and wait. Some provinces like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, they have their own expression of interest system where you can actually open a profile in their specific provincial pool, and you may be able to get an ITA through those. I will go through Saskatchewan expression of interest system just quickly. I want you guys to see how to do your research and how to submit your profile. Not going to go into too much detail, but I want to kind of show that it's not a very difficult task to do that research on your own. Now, some provinces, they have special programs helping applicants to find jobs, for example, Newfoundland and Labrador. They have their own system where you can submit your profile, and you will be in the pool, and the local employers will be able to pick you from that pool. Again, none of these things are guaranteed. You don't know in most cases whether you will be picked or not, but it makes sense to still be there. You never know what's going to happen. Be in the right place in the right time. You might actually be picked. Don't just give up. Oh, it's not going to happen. Like that kind of attitude's not going to get you anywhere. Do your own homework and sit and wait and see what happens. In many cases, people who try harder, they actually get good results. So Ontario, for example, again, so if you, it's called a human capital priority stream. So if you are in a certain range of points in express entry, and I believe it's between at least 455, if you are in that range and you have a certain knock code, then you will be picked by Ontario. So with that, you need to make sure that you've got the correct knock code. If you don't have the right knock code, you won't be picked. And what's interesting with knock codes, a lot of people can apply under several different knock codes because their occupations, they have elements of several knocks. And because of that, I recommend speak to an immigration consultant, get them to review your resume so they can actually give you a better advice on which knock code to submit within your profile. So that part is important, picking the right occupation for your profile. Now, again, there are regional immigration programs. A lot of you guys ask about Atlantic Immigration Program. It used to be a pilot. It's permanent now. There is also Northern Rural Immigration Pilot. It's still a pilot. So these programs, they are designed for those with job offers. There is a big, like a lot of people are kind of like really, really trying to get into Canada through these programs. However, not many of you know that you actually need to have a job offer. If you don't have a job offer, you won't be able to apply. Now, for job offers, I'm gonna actually go through that. It used to be just extremely hard, close to impossible to find jobs in Canada. However, this situation is actually changing fairly quickly. And it's the reason is it's just becoming harder and harder to find certain types of employees. I do work with a few employers here, and say once we post ads for certain occupations, we have like almost zero applications from inside Canada from qualified individuals. And obviously we get hundreds of applications from outside Canada. So those kinds of occupations, they include trades occupations, hospitality, truck drivers are all in high demand. this is still, no matter what, it's still very, very tough to find those job offers. And without very reliable resource, without a very reliable recruiter here in Canada, I do not recommend trusting all of those fake immigration consultants. There's lots and lots of them. Be very careful. Now, it's actually not impossible to find jobs in Canada on your own. And I just wanted to include a few useful resources for this. So I'd say the most popular site to look for jobs is Indeed.ca. You can also find some jobs on Craigslist.org, obviously LinkedIn. Now, before you actually start applying, make sure that your resume meets the Canadian standards. So I included 2 more resources, and I use these for my own clients when I deal with their profiles. So first of all, My Perfect Resume. This is a paid website, but I think even with unpaid option, you can still get a lot of value out of this. So when you go onto this website, you can actually build your resume, and they give you examples of duties, which is super, super useful. I'm not going to go into this myself now, but go onto this website, test it out, see how it works for you. I'm sure you'll get a lot of value of it. Also, I do really like this guy. His name is Jeff Sue. He's on YouTube, and he's really good at explaining how to build North American style resume and cover letter. So just go on to his YouTube profile, just watch some of his videos. I'm sure you get a lot of value of that too. And so before I go on to the next slide, what I want to do here, I want to show you how to... Oh, sorry, it looks like the screen's been frozen. Have you guys seen the, like, say, if not me, but have you seen the change in the slides? Were the slides changing at least? Oh, the slides weren't changing. Oh my God, that's really annoying. Okay, well, okay, express interest. Well, what can I do? This is a little too late. I didn't even see that. Oh, okay. Well, I did go through everything in words. I kind of talked about everything myself, but I can go through the slides quickly. I think the last slide, express entry draws, that's a long time. I will be sharing the slides, and I will be sharing the recording. So I'm pretty sure you guys will see kind of everything in the recording and the slides. And all of the information is there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, I'm going to share my screen and okay. So can you guys see my screen here with Google? Okay, good. I'm still gonna watch for the for your notes here, for the chat here. Sorry about that. It's kind of unfortunate. Anyway, let's see how you guys can do your research on provincial nominee programs. Saskatchewan PNP. So every time when you just search any provincial nominee program, the very first link will usually be for the official website. And if not, make sure that it's always the official websites that you look at. Don't look at, I mean, there will be some good, useful information in some immigration consultants and law firms websites, but generally, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show this to you guys in a bit. The link on how to prepare a job resume per Canadian standards. I'll show it in a bit. Actually, I'm gonna type it in the chat. My perfect resume.com. I believe this is the website. Also, Jeff Su. I searched this guy on YouTube. This guy is pretty good with how he explains like how to create your resume, update your LinkedIn profile, cover letters, etc., etc. He's amazing. I like him. Anyways, let's go back to the Saskatchewan Immigrant Nominee Program. I'll say right away, provincial nominee program websites are little messy, they're not amazing, but if you spend some time on them, you'll find your way around them. So let's look at what programs they've got. So they've got international skilled worker with Saskatchewan work experience, entrepreneur, farm owner, operator. So most of you I know will be interested in international skilled worker. Very few of you will be interested in any of this. I want to show how to do the research here. Now there is international skilled worker procedures, guidelines, assess your eligibility. You can always click this button. Hard to fill skills pilot, tech talent pathway, international skilled worker employment offer. This, if you are a person who doesn't know much about this, you'll easily understand that this requires an employment offer. You don't have it. It's probably doesn't make sense to go in here. Connecting family members to Saskatchewan labor market, probably not interested. International healthcare worker pool. If you are a healthcare worker, go into this, do your research, read about it. Occupations in demand and express entry occupation requirements. International skilled worker expression of interest system. So if I were one of you who are interested in immigration to Saskatchewan, I have no knowledge about their expression of interest system, I would go into this and read a little bit. Any other things, skilled worker occupation in demand. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into this because this is the program that does not require the job offer. So let's go and, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Occupations and demands, okay. Okay, sorry, this is the right one. Occupation in demand and express entry occupation requirement. So occupation in demand are for those who have education work experience in an in-demand occupation. Eligible occupations must fall under an following national. So it's still NOC A, B, O. No other C or D are not eligible. Now, the important list here is this, CINP excluded occupation list. So if you open this up, it's going to take you to, it's going to download a PDF list of all occupations that are excluded from this program. So take a look, see if your knock is there. If it's there, you won't be able to apply. If it's not there, then you are able to apply. What I want you guys to also do is go into the EOI system to try to understand how the system works. That's an expression of interest system. It gives you all the information that you need. It gives you all the information. So after creating your profile, you will be asked all of this. And then let's go into the point score. And here it gives you exactly how many points you receive for each of the criteria. And what's interesting here is that if you guys remember that between 20 and 29 is where you received the maximum points in express entry. In Saskatchewan, it's slightly different. You are receiving the highest points between 22 and 34. They're actually giving you a lot of points. And even between 35 and 45, you still receive a lot of points here. So I just want you guys to understand that a lot of PNP programs, that they are actually more open to inviting more mature applicants. So make sure you go into these, you go into each of the PNP program website and do a very, very good thorough research, read up on everything. All the information is there. We actually do, like immigration consultants, do exact same thing as you guys do. We don't do anything more than that, but we actually spend like a lot of our time doing this research. So yes, we do have a lot of knowledge, but if you are determined, if you don't have too much money to give to the immigration consultant, you can still do that on your own. If you oftentimes what you might want to do, you might want to create the whole thing yourself and then get an immigration consultant to review your application. So that's also a possibility. That's how you can save a little bit of money. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to go back to the previous screen. All I wanted to do is just kind of give you a bit of an idea. Okay, so let's go back to that screen. And I want to make sure that I can see the chat if anything important comes up. And I'll make sure I'll go through all of the questions at the end. For business immigration, I do have a few slides about business immigration. I'm not going to go too deep into this. One thing I want to focus, one thing I want to go through is self-employed stream. So self-employed stream is also called business immigration, but this is usually good. Yes, CINP. Let me send you the link to CINP. Okay, here is the link. Okay, and I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna answer most of your questions after. Okay, and going back, so self-employed stream, this is good for people with occupations in art, culture, and athletics, and those of you who are self-employed in those occupations. So if you are, you will be eligible for the stream. You have to have at least 2 years of, again, slides frozen again. Can you see self-employed stream? Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad I noticed. Okay, I'm gonna share again. Can you see the self-employed screen now? that's annoying. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do this. Sure. Oh, okay. Okay, well, here's, I'm gonna do this. Interview. Okay. Do that again. That's annoying. We didn't have this issue last week. I don't know why it's happening today. Okay. Now, can you see it now? I reshared it. Perfect. Okay. So self-employed stream, it's for groups 51, 52, and those are occupations in art, culture, athletics. These people, they have to be have self-employed experience for at least 2 years, or they have to have played or worked on an international level. You have to have an ability to be self-employed in Canada, so proof of funds of minimum 75,000 recommended and a business plan. And there is a separate point system. Okay, just want to go back to that slide. Yeah, separate point system for these people. So if you're interested, it's best to reach out to immigration consultant. I don't recommend doing this on your own. This is a more complicated type of application. But the beauty of this stream is that you don't actually have to qualify under express entry. You might actually have lower points for your education, for your language results, but you can apply directly for what's going on here? You can apply directly for permanent residence. And so it's a great way for certain applicants who have that type of experience in art, culture, or athletics to apply for permanent residence. If you have that experience, please reach out to me and I'll give you a little more details on this. Intracompany transferee. So these two streams, I'm not going to go too much into detail, but intracompany transferee and LMIA owner operator are for those who can spend between 150,000 to 200,000 in Canada for a business. It's hard to be speaking for at least an hour. I think it's been more than an hour now. Anyway, so you have to be able to spend at least $150,000 for a business in Canada. So in the case with intracompany transferee, it's if you have a company outside Canada. In case with LMIA owner operator, you buy a business in Canada. So not going to go too deep into this. If you're interested in business immigration, it's best to work with an immigration consultant. It's close to impossible to do it on your own. Very tough, I mean. But PNP and express entry, I have seen a lot of successful applicants who can do it on their own. So that's why I'm kind of giving a little more information. So my services, what I offer is I offer a profile creation for $650. This will include your express entry profile creation, and then if you need to or create a profile in the in one of the provincial expression of interest, we will have to charge you for that separately. I used to have $1,500 for the whole thing. I will probably continue with that $1,500 for the express entry and all PNP that you are eligible for. And then PR application is between $3,500 to 5,000, depending on the size of the family. If you are doing your PR application from the beginning to the end, I can help you with kind of guidance on every step of the way. So from the express entry, profile creation, and expression of interest until the very end, but you will have to do most of the work yourself. I will be guiding you. I will be reviewing your documents. You will be doing most of the work. And then if you do it yourself and you just want me to review your PR application, it's $1,000. Now, I did get a lot of questions about visitor visas and study permits again. I did do a a presentation last week, and I want to kind of go through that again. I do see some questions. I will go through them a little later. So visitor visa, 1,500 and plus 500 for each dependent, same study permits. SOP review, statement of purpose review is $300. Application review is $650 if you're doing it on your own. Frequently asked questions. I did receive a lot of questions. Unfortunately, most of your questions that I received were very case specific. So a lot of you asked, describe your profile, and asked me to kind of give you an what option is the best for you. Unfortunately, I really can't do it as part of this webinar because it's a lot of work to kind of go through each of the profiles and give you a specific legal advice on which way it's best to go. So I will not answer any case specific questions, even in the chat. I will, as I explained, it's impossible, but I will answer some general questions. How to immigrate as a student? As I already said, you are receiving a lot of points for Canadian education. Also, having postgraduate work permit allows you to gain that valuable Canadian experience. Again, I'm repeating myself, which PNP works best for my situation. It's close to impossible to tell you without knowing the specific details. It takes me at least usually 1 hour to go through the details, assess your background, ask you certain questions, and then give you like good options on how, where, and how to apply. What's the best time to register for IELTS for those interested in PNP? Is it before applying or after? Like I said a little earlier, you need to have your IELTS or TEF if you're applying with French results, and ECA prior to applying for any immigration program. So you have to have prior. Lots of questions about study permits. Again, I will have my next study permit webinar in August, and consultations. The next available date is the first week of August. Not booking any consultation for the month of July. June, I'm fully booked, unfortunately, not taking any more. If you are thinking of applying for a study permit and it's the January intake, then please email me and I'll find a way to help you. But any other cases, please book consultations for August. Okay, so when and to what range are cutoff scores expected to drop? So with the fact that we did not have any draws for a long time, like we already discussed, I think that the scores in express entry are going to be extremely high at the beginning in July. So they'll probably be at the level of 510 to 520. So not many people will be able to receive an invitation to apply, only those with maybe job offers and Canadian experience probably. Now, closer to the end of the year, the cutoff score should go down. or maybe even January, February of next year. We don't know, but that's kind of what everyone's thinking will happen. Questions like that I receive a lot. Are there any fast track immigration pathways to Canada? Unfortunately, no. Every one of them is much more like every one of them, you have to do a lot of work to first of all, to be eligible, to qualify, and to get through it. At this stage, the wait times are pretty long for almost every single one of the applications. This I've been hearing a lot, and so I decided to include. I keep hearing that people were found not eligible for express entry. They can't change their profile. What do they need to do? If you were found ineligible, abandon that profile and start a new profile. If you you won't be able to change it. But however, if you have new information and you think that you're eligible, just create a new profile and you will be eligible in that new one. Now, I'm going to go through some of the questions. There is a huge list I can see here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to answer any case specific ones. Okay. Thank you so much for your webinar. May I know which university is the best pursuing master in mechanical engineering? That's the question from Fasi Hashmi. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry I can't answer this question. I have to look at your profile, and there are lots of good universities for that kind of degree. I recommend booking a consultation. Yes, I will be sharing this recording with those who attended and with those who maybe did not attend. Do you teach IELTS too? No, I don't teach IELTS. I do recommend applying for IELTS with some of online programs. I do have some good recommendations. You can reach out to me. Temi Dayo, that was the question from Temi Dayo. So Saif M, can you please share the recording of last webinar regarding study permit? You know, last time I did not record it, unfortunately. I will be sharing the PDF files with everyone who attended, but I will probably record it myself and I'll have it available for you guys soon. Is Aloha Tosin Ayola, is it appropriate for international student on active study permit to have an active extra? Yes, you can. Mike Beatrice, my question is on the Saskatchewan Hard to Fill program. What do I require from an employer under this program? Again, this is a case-specific question. You need to go into Saskatchewan. I shared the link, so you will find the list of documents required. What do I require for work visa application? As I said, there is no such thing as a open work permit. If you have a job offer, then it depends on the type of your work permit application. So different work permit applications require different list of documents. When do I need bank statement to show money? Depending again on the program that you're applying for. What documents do I need to submit for the Saskatchewan? Again, it's in the website. What is the processing time in the website again? I'm sorry, Beatrice. These are case-specific questions. I won't be able to go into details on this. You're welcome to book a consultation with me and we can go through it together, but I really can't kind of go through that. That's a lot of time that I have to spend. Is the CRS tool reliable? Yes, it is. but you need to make sure that you're answering all the questions correctly, and you need to make sure you read the questions really carefully. Yes, I don't deal, so Ugochi Duro, I don't deal with Quebec immigration, so I don't do that Quebec certificate of qualification. I see a question from Sean. I I have 3 years, where should I wait? I'm sorry, Sean. Again, case-specific questions can't answer. Ogochi Duro, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question about certificate of acceptance to Quebec. I don't deal with Quebec immigration. Does food engineering account as the professional degree? I really don't think so. I'll have to look and see if you require a license in Canada to practice as in food engineering. My sense that probably not, but look it up online. Always recommend to everyone, if you are unsure, go look it up. I do the same thing. I don't work in food engineering, but if I have a client who is in food engineering, I would do a research. So I would contact the organizations who deal with food engineers in Canada, and I find out with them. So unfortunately, it's case-specific questions can't answer, but I'm giving you tools on how to be able to answer. Okay, we did go through this. Is language test and education assessment mandatory for FSW? Yes, it is. Oh, that's so unfortunate that the screen was frozen for so long. Which ECA institution would you advise for food science master's degree and bachelor's of law? Well, to apply for express entry, you need a regular ECA, but however, at a later point, if you want to get your credentials, take your bar exam here for the bachelor's of law, you will have to go through NCA, I believe. But and I didn't do it myself. I just did the license, immigration consultant license. But the ECA institution that I recommend is WES. I've been working for them for the last 8 years, and I like their service. They're reliable. Sometimes they take longer, but I'm comfortable with WES. And I see Sean said the same, WES is the best. Aziz, would you have time to talk about sponsorship programs? Unfortunately, Aziz, I will not have time to talk about sponsorship programs today. I will say that the only way I find that people confuse sponsorship a little bit. The only people that can be sponsored to Canada is if there is a Canadian citizen or permanent resident, this person can sponsor his spouse or his parents or his child. There is one more exclusion here. I'm not going to talk about that. It's called lonely Canadian. So if there is a lonely Canadian citizen who has no relatives here in Canada and he wants to sponsor a relative who is not a child, a parent or grandparent or a spouse, they can, but they have to prove that they don't have anyone like closer than that. So that's an exclusion. It's very rare. I have not met any people who actually applied for that. But the only people that you can sponsor, again, children, parents, grandparents, and a spouse. That's it. No one else can be sponsored. Gbenga Adesanya, I'm going to the USA, Dallas College, Texas to study for 3 years. What are the chances to immigrate to Canada from US as a student? Case-specific questions, I can't really give you an advice without knowing all of the details. It's very hard to say, sorry. Vakul, I'm sorry, you are again describing your situation. Sorry, I really can't answer any case-specific questions. Ah, okay. Now, okay, now I don't see any more. Okay. Is Ontario PNP similar to Saskatchewan? That's a question from Sean. It's not. It's totally different. They have no streams. Sorry, they don't have their expression of interest system. They do have one stream where for which you can apply without a job offer, and I talked about it. It's a human capital priority stream. I won't go into a detail, but here is the link to Ontario PNP. Again, I want you guys to be able to search any kind of PNP program. It's really easy. Doesn't take too much effort, to be honest. Just search on Google, everything's available. Okay, I believe I answered that. Okay, Ayesha, I'm a medical doc. Okay, I'm so sorry. So you've got a score of 465. It's a fairly good score. There are some PNP programs. So I believe the healthcare stream in Saskatchewan might be, I'm not sure, it might be good for doctors. I believe it was mostly for nurses and support staff, but check if it's good for doctors as well. I don't remember at this point. But again, it's a case-specific questions. I can't really answer case-specific questions because I have to assess your case. I have to look into what it's like. Each of the PNP programs have at least 7 to 10 streams. It's really impossible to remember everything. You have to actually assess the client's profile. You have to go and see what they're eligible for. You have to give them some kind of assessment at the end. It's really impossible to give it to you on the spot right here within 2 minutes of my time. Sean, you said we should have express entry profile right away, but our express entry profiles auto updated for increased work experience as we wait for processing, etc. No, they are not, but your age will get auto updated, unfortunately. If I for FSW, but qualify for CEC after a year. Will my profile? You will have to update, like sometimes it gets auto updated, sometimes the system gets glitchy. So make sure you check and see if you have those on your profile. Oftentimes you can update your profile with new documents, etc. So make sure you kind of like monitor that. Okay, Fasi Hashmi, I'm sorry again, you're asking case-specific questions. I can't really answer your question. Would you please explain me that $2,000 for study permit admission? Not sure if I understand your question, Fasi. So I have one question for myself. I'm postgraduate. Okay, sorry. If Nikhil Sharma, again, you've got a case-specific question, can't answer. Olukemi, again, case-specific question, can't answer. Can I create more than one express? And no, you can't, not for yourself. So you'll have to delete the first profile and create a new one. Would you please explain what does it cover? The 2,000, okay. So if I charge $1,500 for a study permit or even for a visitor visa too. If you have dependents, it's additional $500. This involves admissions and a study permit application. So basically, we'll deal with admissions on your behalf. We'll tell you what kind of documents you need. You'll provide all the documents to us. We'll create the application for you. You will still need to write the SOP, but we will edit it. The reason why we don't write, I know that a lot of immigration consultants write SOP on your behalf. That's not a very good practice, in my view, because IRCC wants to hear from you. They want to see that you genuinely, they want to hear your own language. And so what I do, I take your language and I edit it. I add the necessary details. I remove unnecessary details and I just make it look really good. But I want it to sound like you. I don't want it to sound like me. So I want it to sound genuine. And so that's pretty much it. I'm not sure if you got me, but I kind of walk you through all of these steps also. Once I submit the application on your behalf for the study permit, I'll walk you through how to get your biometrics done, and I'll be with you till the very end, till you get your stamp in your passport. How long would the process take once I got an ITA? That's a question from Few Zin. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. It used to take no more than 6 months before COVID, but unfortunately after COVID, this process, it's been taking from up to 18 months, in some cases even longer. So unfortunately, I really can't even predict what it's going to take. Yeah, hopefully it's going to go back, and the government is actually promising that it's going to go back to no more than 6-month processing time. Is there any financial requirement after the ITA is received? I mean, should an applicant have some sort of proof of funds? Yes. If yes, what's the amount? Okay, let me just share the link here so I don't have to share my screen. Proof of funds for express entry. So, and again, this information is available online. All you need to do is basically search proof of funds for express entry. And this is the link, you guys can look it up. So Fasi, I answered that question. Can you share some info on Alberta PNP? Unfortunately, I can't, but again, what I'm going to do, I'm going to share the link on Alberta PNP. And you guys, I encourage you to go in and read. This is the government website. It's not a private website, so it's all kind of, it's all outlined. And what's really good with all these government websites, you can always email them. So always look for contact us button, and you can, if you have very specific questions, you can always email them. Timo, great webinar. Thank you, Timo. Adeinka Temitope, I have BSc. Sorry, do I need a license to teach in Canada? Yes, you do. Teachers do require a license to teach in Canada. I encourage you to look at the provincial websites on licenses for teachers to see what's the process. They usually give you, depending on the province, they'll give you kind of like a step-by-step instructions. Ugochi Dura, very resourceful. Thank you. Olushola. Sorry, again, this is a very case-specific questions, can't answer. Folaki, Folarin, Coker, what knock is suitable for, sorry, case-specific questions, can't answer. Fasi, I believe I already answered this question. I'm 44, my wife is 42. Again, case-specific questions, can't answer. CC work experience, do an employee have to submit initial job offer or proof advertisement? I'm not sure what you mean. First of all, they don't need to advertise if you already have a work permit in Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by the initial job offer. You're working at, okay, so anyone who is asking me what kind of knock you can use, I can't answer that question unless I see your resume with all of your duties outlined. So I'm sorry, I can't answer these questions. You can't submit express entry profile if you don't have a full 1 year of work experience. That's for Harmy. Is 478 score good for express entry? It was good for before COVID. Now it's very hard to say. Okay, so Sean, I can see that Bachelor's of Engineering qualifies as a professional degree. Yes, it does. I know that for sure. 384, fairly good score. Unfortunately, it's hard to say what it's going to be after July. General questions, how you get to know about PNP once express entry profile is created. Do one need to apply separately for every province? No, that's a good question, actually. That's a question from Vakul. So most of provinces, so when you're creating a profile in express entry, you actually, there is one point where you need to tick off every province that you would be open to applying through PNP. So in that case, you will appear for each of those provinces that you ticked off for them to pick you if they decide to. Now, some provinces, like I said, they have their own expression of interest system. And the two provinces that I've been working with is Manitoba and Saskatchewan. So these two provinces, they actually have their own expression of interest system. So those are a special system where you actually need to go to and show that you have an interest. I would like to apply for your program. Please take a look at my profile. So those are separate. Fasi Hashmi, I need clarification from you. As you said in the last webinar, for each dependent, need more detail how you will work. Okay, I understand your question now. So if you're applying with dependents, if you're applying with your children are, if they're school age, they will be eligible for a study permit to study in secondary school or primary schools. As you know, they will be eligible to study in those schools for free. Your wife or husband, they will be eligible to apply for an open work permit, and they will be able to work in Canada. Now, all of these applications are included in that fee. So I will be applying for your spouse and children to apply for those either visitor visa, open work permit, and study permit. Harmy, I'm sorry, you said that I can or cannot submit a profile with 11 months of experience. You cannot submit a profile with only 11 months of experience. You cannot. It's impossible. Which province is currently accepting expression of interest? Saskatchewan and Manitoba. I was given ITA for Saskatchewan, but I was not able to proceed because I stated that I have a relative, but the person was my daughter's school. Yeah, no, you can't apply if the relative in Saskatchewan is not a permanent resident. So whoever is in Saskatchewan, they have to be a permanent resident or a citizen in order for you to receive those points. And that's the reason why you have to have an immigration consultant who is looking over your files, because it's really sort of impossible to sometimes to know every single detail. Can I create more than one express entry profile with a different knock? No. So guys, for today, I'm going to have to end it. I'm having trouble speaking. It's been 2 hours that I've been presenting, and it's really hard. I need to go get some water. I need to kind of take a break now. It was really, really nice to have you all. I hope this was very helpful. I hope this was helpful for you guys. This is sort of a goal to help you understand the system on your own. So you don't need the help of immigration consultants in more of simple tasks. I will be sharing the video as like probably in the next 3-4 days. If you have any questions, feel free to message me on Instagram. Feel free to email me. I'll try to answer some of your questions. Thanks so much for attending.